Hey guys, welcome to Hero of Law. This is a Zelda mod of Ace Attorney. Let's see, I have Drake, Denny. I don't know why you did that, because you were bored. What's up, Brad? Is volume good for everybody? Voice in the game so you can hear me clearly. Let me know now so I can adjust it. Everybody's playing this mod. My friends in Discord are showing us the logo. What's up, Anna? I'm out here playing Reaper with Steph. How's volume, everybody? Before I begin, because I will be reading the text. I knew you were streaming tonight. If you would, I would have had you join us. Volume's good for everything. Voice and everything. I don't know how I can do that. Everything is all the way. Oh, wait a minute. I can't heighten my mic anymore. Maybe my gain, maybe? Nice head. What's up, Existence? I say turn down the game a bit. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, I'll turn it down a bit. Alright, we good now? We Gucci? Okay. I do gotta admit though, between you, Existence, and another guy I watch, you kinda inspired me to play this. So, I gotta admit that. Alright, without further ado, let's begin. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oof. Hold on, my bad. Without further ado, let's go. So how you guys doing in chat? What's everyone up to? It is so quiet. Do you think they forgot? Forget a royal visitation? No one could make such a blunder, princess. Well, I guess I should just go in then. Oh, snap. It's funny, too. I was watching your video on this, but I was like, you know what? Keep it spoiler-free. So, doing good. Hope you are as well. I'm doing good. March 17th, 9:37 a.m., Hyrule Grand Court Defendant Lobby number 3. You'd think that after so many years doing this, I'd be used to the stress. So why am I shaking? Get off. I guess it's a lot worse when your friend's life is on the line. Come on, you gotta look professional. She can't see you like this. Speaking of her, though... Oh, hey, you over there. What is it, attorney? The trial isn't starting yet. But it will be soon, right? Would you happen to know why my client isn't here yet? I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now. Well, you weren't the only one with the idea. I believe she's currently in prosecutor's lobby. He wanted to talk to her as well. What? What is up with this guy? He bars me from the crime scene, blocks my detention center visits, and now this? Not to worry, she will definitely be here before the trial. Great. That would be a joyous 5 minutes indeed. But there's nothing I could do but wait. Sometime later. Okay, this is ridiculous. How long can he keep her? Ah, see, there she is. No need to get all worked up. Is something wrong? Did I hear shouting? So much for looking professional. No, don't worry. Everything's fine. This is Malin. Ever since we met in Hyrule Castletown all those years ago, we've been great friends. Her heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. If everything is fine, why do you look so worried? Well, how did the investigation go? Did you find anything? Yes, the investigation. I found tons of groundbreaking stuff. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag. What did the prosecutor want from you anyway? Well, it was mostly just threats. He kept explaining in detail what would happen to me if I'm found guilty. Doesn't sound like a vital discussion that needed to happen right before the trial. You probably just did that so we wouldn't have much time to talk. You believe in me, right? I didn't do it, I'd never. Of course I believe you. Although, I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now. What's that you got there? Oh, this is just a pictograph of Father I carry around. You probably don't remember, but I was in the Zero's stream and I couldn't find your channel, but now I did. I was in the Zero stream? Oh, the mod I did? For Ocarina? Oh, well, welcome back. But yeah, I don't, honestly. I just can't believe he's gone. I wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. I'm not very good at handling emotional clients. Hey, you know that pictograph could be really useful for the trial. Oh, how so? Well, you look so happy together. I can present it to show that you two had a great relationship. You really think so? Well, here you go then. Yeah, I kind of stepped away from doing an individual mods now for that. So I kind of do different type of mods for Ocarina now. So I have different types. So I'm not copying off anybody else. So mine's different. At least I'll be walking in there with something other than my badge. But wait, we shouldn't be idly chatting. Anyway, there's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell me what actually happens? I don't know much chance if I don't know your version of the story. I understand, unfortunately. Oh, well, okay, I didn't get a chance to read that. The trial is starting. Defendant attorney, please enter the courtroom at once. Oh, shouldn't have said that stuff about having no chance. Alright, everything will be fine. Prosecutor has been playing me for a fool since this began, but sooner or later, the arrogance will be his undoing. Let's head inside. My name is Link. I am defense attorney for the last 7 years. I have won my fair share of cases and lost some too, but this one is personal. There's so much at stake here. Not only do I have to save Malon's life, but I gotta find out who did this to Talon. Talon, he was always so kind. He didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. I can't lose this. Court is now in session for the trial of Malon of Lon Lon Ranch. The defense is ready, Your Honor. I sincerely doubt that. What were they thinking? Pitting me against a pathetic kid. Pathetic kid? What? Still your tongue. You bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, vile woman. Before long, the world shall know the horrible deeds you committed. Let us not prolong the inevitable. Shall we begin? Now, this court is no place to be exchanging insults. Now the prosecution seems ready. Well, let's hear their opening statement. The opening statement shall also be the closing one. The girl did it. It's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood. Also, she could have the ranch to herself. Couldn't wait for the old fool to die naturally. Could you, you greedy little rat? Objection! Your Honor, you can't allow this man to verbally abuse a defendant like this. She committed murder, kid. She committed murder, kid. She deserves every bit of scorn she gets. I do believe a little less commentary wouldn't go amiss. I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all the damning evidence. Who is this guy? How can you speak to the judge like that? Ganondorf Dragmire. Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this man until now. The stories I've heard about him must be true. A boorish barbarian of a man hailing from the Gerudo province. Apparently he prides himself on nearly clean streak and he's cultivated for decades. All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. I even heard some attorneys refer to him as the king of evil. Definitely has that look, at the very least. Who wears full armor to court? Ace Attorney Linkwall. Yup. Very well. Please present your case to the court. You don't seem to like me talking, so I'll just let the detective present the basics. Bring Impa of Sheikah Force to the stand. Well, here we go. The first battle. I know Impa. She's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Please, let her have made a mistake just this once. Alright, state your name and whatever it is that you pretend to do. You never change, do you, prosecutor? Any possible change would be for the worse. Now stop wasting time. Oh, aw, man. That face, though. Very well. I am Impa, head detective of the Sheikah Force Homicide Division. Sure for now, at least. Well, what are you waiting for? Start talking. You were the one assigned to this case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom? still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement. I suppose I can do the prosecutor's job for him this time, but for sake of an unbiased look. Please go ahead, detectives. The incident happened early yesterday morning on La La Ranch, a local supplier of goods located just south of Castletown. The current owner of the Homestead Town, was found dead in his ranch house. A tragic loss for our kingdom for sure. I haven't seen the man around Castletown enough. I have seen the man around Castletown a number of times delivering goods. Quite. The owner was a rather important figure in the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by Royal Guard, who were there on official business. Official business? What kind? As I understand, the ranch provides the kingdom with vital services. To ensure it's operating as it should, as a good gesture of appreciation, the Crown orders a visitation to the ranch every year. Law and Order Zelda. There you go. Huh. I see. A scheduled annual visit. Continue, detective. When the Sheikah force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Next to him lay his daughter, Malin, breathing but unresponsive. After a thorough investigation, we arrested her as she was deemed the only possible culprit. That about covers the gist of what happened. Very nice and succulent. Keep that up and perhaps you'll keep your job. Oh, I don't think the good detective here has to worry about much about the given she is the head of the department. Which reminds me, why is the head of detective herself on a case like this? Where are the other detectives? Unavailable? Ah, that would be because I have been assigned to the case by the order of the King of Hyrule himself. The King himself assigned you? That doesn't happen very often, does it? You are correct, Your Honor. I am not usually involved in field work like this. This time, however, the King felt necessary because of who is involved. Who is involved? Is the death of a ranch worker really such a concern for the King? Well, as I said, Lon Ranch is a very important supplier of goods, to be sure. But that's not who I meant. I imagine the King wanted the top investigators on the job just because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene. Order! I will have order! The royal princess Zelda witnessed the crime? Ah, and there you have it. The case rides on the princess's own words. No doubt it would be the doubt of your own royalty. This is bad. I can't really object to that. Very well. If the princess is testifying today, it's better we don't make her needlessly wait. Detective, please testify about exactly why the defendant was arrested. Witness testimony. The reason for arrest. It is the regret that I agree with Dragmire. All the evidence points towards this girl being the culprit. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch: the victim, the defendant, and the worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon, without a doubt was what was used to kill the victim. She seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. Your Honor, I would like to submit these pieces of evidence to the court. First, I have the autopsy report performed by the Crown's top coroner. And here's what we determined to be the murder weapon, which we took from the defendant's hands. So I'll add to the court books. Okay. To make sure we had the correct weapon, we conducted a very thorough investigation. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing usually was found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch's inventory list to see whether anything was missing. The list matches the items we found on the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it. Huh, that does sound quite compelling. This must have been a truly terrifying scene. Dying from a wound made by a weapon like this is extremely painful. This only helps to prove the defendant's viciousness. At this rate, they're going to paint Malin as soon as some heartless monster. And there's one more thing I should mention for the sake of completeness. Shortly after we arrived at the ranch, a courier showed up to take some milk shipments. Of course, business must go on. Is this really necessary to enter into evidence, though? The shipment did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning. Were the contents checked before you let them go? Naturally. Who do you take us for? Even though the worker handling the shipments did quite worked up about it, we cracked all the boxes to check what was inside. In the end, it did turn out to only be milk bottles, so we let them through. Very well. Thank you for your thoroughness, detective. Let me see what we have here. Proof that I can stand in court as an attorney. We have a photo. A Talon Ingo. Okay, got a Pona in the back there. Okay. Deep early wound made with the sharp metal object died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. Okay. Supposed murder weapon found in Mal's hands clean of blood. Let's see here. Cow nose. Okay. Some orders of the milk that left the ranch a little while after the crime. Yeah. Okay. So what happens now? Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination. Ah, great. How does that work? How could you explain what you're going to be doing? Can't hurt to go over this again. Sure, why not? The witness will repeat her testimony. I'll be able to scroll back and forth through the individual statements by pressing A or B, A and B, or with they'll just repeat it as many times as you want? That's right, I have to consider every little detail. Can't miss a thing. If I want more info about something, I can use L or Z to press the statement and ask the witness a question. Grill them for info. Yup. Since the witness has to come up with an answer on the spot, if they're lying, prompting for more info can make them slip up. More importantly, though, if I find something that doesn't line up with the evidence, I can press R to bring up the court record. The court record is basically a list of all the evidence, right? Yes, I can open it at any time if I need to recheck the facts. And choose to conduct, press up on to raise the objection and present my doubts to the court. Okay. Oh, and I can not only present evidence, but profiles as well. Profiles? The court record contains a list of all the people involved, too. I can switch between evidence and profiles with R. If I need to review what's been said recently, I can always press start to see the history of messages. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Is the defense done whispering? Ha ha, sorry. If he's so upset about it, why doesn't he just proceed to skip ahead? The defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. A waste of time. I sincerely hope you're not implying the standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Dragmeyer. In any case, we're ready, defense. Please begin the cross-examination. The reason for arrest. What makes you think she's the culprit? She's about to tell you. Keep quiet and listen. Right, sorry. Indeed, as I was saying... And just how did you do that? It's quite simple. There was no blood found anywhere else. Had the victim been attacked at some other location, we would expect a trail leading into the scene. Couldn't the killer have just cleaned it all up? Certainly not. The path to the ranch house at Lawn Ranch is not paved in any way. Cleaning blood off the ground would require disturbing the soil. Naturally, we found nothing of the sort. That wouldn't have been enough time to pull that off anyway. Likely true. Right, it sounds like the location of the crime scene is pretty firm, but I'm not giving up yet. Three people, you say? I guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo. Let me stop you before you start getting too excited. If you had listened to the rest of what the detective said, you would have noticed it mentioned an alibi. Indeed, we were pretty certain that the ranch worker couldn't have been involved. Well, what is this alibi then? You might remember that I brought up some outgoing milk shipments. Well, the worker Ingo was in charge of them. He left the ranch house first thing in the morning and was busy preparing the shipment after that. Is that so? Surely he couldn't have gotten away with that for one reason quick. Little murder. That wouldn't just be a quick little murder, as you so crudely put it. He'd have to taken steps to hide his involvement, too. There was definitely not enough time for that. Unfortunately, I agree. Preparing a shipment is a lot of work. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour the milk out into them, arrange them all into crates, and finally load it all into a wagon. Usually I have to do it together with the father to finish before the couriers arrives. The shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. What's up, Phil? How you doing, dude? This is a mod based off the Ace Attorney games, so it's all Zelda themed. And it takes place Zelda finding the body of Talon murdered, with Malin with a saw in her hand, passed out. I'm calling my boy. I'm back. Welcome back, Drake. The shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. When we checked the boxes, they were all fully loaded with filled milk bottles. And this Ingo was able to do the work of two people all on his own? Isn't that a bit odd? Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly he's a man dedicated to his job. Or perhaps the girl and her father are very insufficient. This whole thing seems awfully suspicious if you ask me, but I guess I have nothing to dispute with it. Right now I'm going through the testimony right now, so that's what I'm doing. Malin fainted? Correct. We couldn't get her to wake up for a long time. Eventually we decided to administer a healing fairy so she could be questioned. I guess finding the body was just as much of a shock, huh? Probably just pretending, trying to make it look like she had merely found the body. And in any event, and how can you be so sure of this? Look at the autopsy report. Deep irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. The saw was the only sharp input in the ranch house that could produce such a wound. And as I already mentioned, we also looked closely at the other sharp things on the ranch. None has recent blood on them. This still doesn't necessarily mean the saw was the murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit hid the real one. Oh yeah? Prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon. Link barely says anything, yet alone explain a trial. Well, I definitely don't have any way to do that. Still, something bothers me about the saw. What's up, Joe? How you doing? So you have nothing? Huh, what a waste of time. She sure is. We've known each other for years. Yet she murdered her father in cold blood? How curious. Perhaps you just bad judges of character, both of you. No way. Just give me some time and I'm gonna prove it. Huh. Do you see anything wrong yet? Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. That said, I do think I saw one small thing. Really? That's great. I'm sure it is, because I've got to poke all the holes I can find. I can find barely Princess gets here. Link just grunts and says hi ya and screams. Yup. Huh. This seems like a fairly large oversight. I just want to make sure of something. The statement that saw it currently in is how you found it at the crime scene. That's correct. I'd be the last of us last night? Nice. Congrats, dude. That's correct. That's strange, considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. Why is there no blood on the supposed murder weapon? Ah, is that all you have? Huh? Naturally, the prosecution has an explanation to why the saw is clean. Behold, this cloth was found in the defendant's other hand. As you can plainly see, it is stained with blood. The defendant simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement. If Mallory was trying to hide her involvement, why didn't she just leave the crime scene? Obviously, she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrived at the ranch. Unfortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In a panic, she quickly wiped the saw off and pretended to faint to make it look like she just stumbled upon the scene. Gah. Young lady, things are not looking very good for you right now. The court accepts the bloodied cloth into evidence. So, what's the story with this cloth? Well, as I was doing a final check around the ridge, I noticed the part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. Not entirely sure when that happened, but sometimes one of the horses just get a bit too rowdy, you know? Right. Anyway, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut up a new rail by myself to patch it up. But then the saw slipped and I cut my hand open. I would love Ganon as a lawyer. He just looks shisty. Oh, goddesses, are you okay? You better get deducting. By the way, Brad, did you get my message on Discord? Any new updates? Well, it wasn't that bad. I did bleed quite a lot though, so I used that cloth to quickly bandage the wound. Yes and no? Uh-oh. What's the no? I was actually going into the ranch house to ask Father to help me with the fence. Ah, a likely story. And impossible to verify now, of course. The Sheikah force had to use a ferry on the defendant to get her out of the supposed unconsciousness. Yes to the message and no to the answer to your... Oh, damn. How much longer you gotta wait, man? I do have to give her some credit. She is one cunning woman. She knew that would explain a sudden lack of any wound on her hands. Ho, why yes, fairies are wonderful. Just the other day I slammed my hand with the gavel and one took the pain off immediately. PGX6 is gonna come up before it gets here. I doubt that. Come on, man. Great, glad to know that they used for such important things. But, dang it. Too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth. Do you believe this matter has been settled? I am ready to call my next witness. Uh-oh. Is that all I can get out of her? We served your purpose, Sheikah. Now be gone! This got me wanting to play Ace Attorney again. I knew you would like this, by the way, Brad, because you like Ace Attorney. Hello, how is the case? It's going good so far, RS. How is things with you? Fine, but you best treat Her Highness with respect, or I'll see it to that you spend the night in the dungeons. Do not presume to threaten me, Sheikah. A night of darkness and solitude would be nothing but comfort for me. Is that so? Then perhaps we should fill the dungeons with lit candles for the occasion. They're glaring daggers at each other. If it doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble. Order. I'm sure we will treat the princess with utmost respect. You may step down, detective. The case has already made me weary with all the pointless jabber. This time is right to deal with the final blow. I call Her Highness Princess Zelda of Hyrule to the stand! They didn't have no problem taking your payment. Look at him sweating. Is something the matter? Why is everyone quiet all of a sudden? Ah, Your Highness. But they got all the problems getting it. To my crib. Young Zelda? Gonna find that truck and snatch it by damn self. We believe we're all just a bit uncertain on how to proceed. Is it quite the honor to have such an esteemed guest in these halls? Bah! In the face of the law, the princess is no different from a peasant. Name and occupation now. The prosecution will behave. I will not have any derogatory statements directed at the princess. Derogatory? I simply wish not to waste any more time. We must employ proper procedure. Yo, Iris, what's up, Iris? Oh, man. It is alright, Detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. In this stand, I am just another witness. I should not be getting any special treatment. Very admirable, Your Highness. We can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed. I eagerly wait for the day when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image. You flatter me, prosecutor. Now then, I believe I was asked for my name and occupation. I am Zelda, current princess of Hyrule, and heir apparent to the throne. Marvelous, Your Highness. Before we begin, I would just like to know, what were you at Lon Ranch witness to this terrible incident? Oh, it's simple, really. Lon Ranch is a Hyrule Castle town's biggest food supplier. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule's Royal Guard with the finest of horses. Every year, the royal family makes a visit as a gesture of goodwill and to ensure the quality of the steeds. Wow, I didn't know your horses were used by the Royal Guard. Yep. We worked hard every year to make sure they're in the best possible condition. Father loved to boast about it to the other ranch owners. Ha! Knowing talent, I'm sure he did. How unfortunate the ranch may no longer meet the Crown's high standards under the new management. The royal family has a backup, I trust. We are looking for one. Naturally, these standards are quite high. Yes, yes, of course. Now then, please describe what you saw on the day of the incident. Very well. Testimony. The scene behind the door. I arrived at La La Ranch a little after 8 a.m. accompanied by my loyal guards. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unrevealed. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest and saw what she was holding. I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I will never forget what I saw that day. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such horrible violence. I don't understand that Hyrule shit. It just popped up on the screen. What? Oh my, you saw the very moment a victim was killed? There you go. Decisive testimony. And there is no need to doubt the prince's statement. I call for the judge to make a ruling right away. Been a member for 1 month. Hey now, hold on. I didn't get to cross-examine the witness yet. You haven't, fool, because there is no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said? Didn't you just say we should follow all the procedures and treat the princess like any other witness? This is the defendant. This is defense's right. You complete. I believe defense has a point. They do have every right to perform a cross-examination, no matter who is testifying. I was quite looking forward to this part myself. I have only ever read about court procedures to the Royal Library. Huh. That being said, I will not tolerate any reckless accusations towards the princess. Is that clear? Naturally, Your Honor. How am I going to cross-examine the princess? This isn't going to end well. What's gotten into the prosecutor? This seems like a rather intense outburst. Huh. Well, I do have a guess. Oh? Because of the princess' status, it's possible that Dragmire didn't have any opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. This might mean that the testimony is a surprise even to him. This could be my chance. Before we begin, there is just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene. Huh. That would be this, I presume. Why, yes, that's exactly it. What is that? Oh, and this is the bottle of perfume that Father intended to gift to Her Highness when she arrived. He quickly rode out to town to get it at the last moment. Why didn't that the princess was coming instead of the king and only about 2 hours before the visitation? Oh, how thoughtful. He really did not need to bother himself, so... Fascinating as this all is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to the case. It's good to have a full picture of the crime scene. That defense requests the bottle to be accepted into evidence. Ugh. Desperate to latch onto every little thing, are you? Whatever. You can add it to the evidence if that makes you happy. No skin off my teeth. In that case, the court accepts the bottle into evidence. Perfect bottle added. Now then, defense, begin your cross-examination. Scene behind the door. Hold it. If these guards were with Her Highness, why were they not called in as witnesses? We did question the guards naturally. Apparently, they didn't get to see anything irrelevant. I was only one to enter the crime scene. After seeing what was inside, I stood guard and insisted that no one is allowed inside until the Sheikah Force arrived. I read that preserving the scene is vital. Quite correct. I'm sure the guards were absolutely thrilled with this order. Please proceed, witness. Have you conducted these royal visitations to the past, Your Highness? Oh, no, this was my first one. Up until last year, my father was always the one to visit Lon Ranch. However, he decided I had to start preparing for all the royal duties that await me, and so I was able to do it this time. You will doubtlessly perform admirably as a ruler when this time comes. What happened when you got to the ranch house? Oops. And? What then? Stop interrupting and let her get to the point. Defense? I believe I was clear about not badgering the witness. Drat, I need to calm down. You paid attention to something like that after seeing a murder, Princess. Well, I spent a rather long time in there waiting for the Sheikah force to arrive. Plus, the bottle was quite beautiful. It just stood out. I have popcorn to enjoy this case. You were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness. This is correct. That's impossible. You're lying. The defendant will curb outburst. You're addressing royalty. This is really bad. What now? What were the victim and the defendant at this time? The ranch owner was in front of the little table. This is directly across the entrance door. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted after her attack. A large pool of blood started forming where the victim was. I had a rather good view of the whole scene. Right. Is it unfortunate as it's fortunate that you could see the whole thing in such detail? Now, please continue. Are you sure there was anyone else at the ranch, Your Highness? No, the place looked empty. Although I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when a courier came asking about milk shipments. He caused a little bit of scene when the Sheikah force started expecting it. The worker must have been somewhere else on the ranch, I suppose. The ranch is pretty large. Said worker was inside a building on the other side. It's quite understandable that she wouldn't have seen him until later. Drat, this really doesn't give me a whole lot to work with. Are you sure you got a good look at them, Your Highness? You didn't look away in a panic? The princess was very brave to control the situation the way she did. There is no need to doubt what she saw. Ah, yes. I suppose what she did was admirable. If only we had arrived earlier. Your Highness, don't blame yourself for this. If you arrived earlier, you could have been the one that got attacked. Ah. So you would have lashed out at anyone trying to stop you, huh? Despicable. That's not what she meant, and you know it. Princess, please go on. Very well. Trust your heart, Your Highness. You know Malin didn't do this. What nonsense! Her heart? What do her organs have to do with anything? Oh, of course. Evidence and testimony be damned just because we feel the defendant must be innocent. Link wearing gloves like he's going to beat the truth out of you. Have you gone senile, old man? It was a joke, much like the arguments the defense has been presenting. I can't believe the princess would lie like this. Yeah, it really is shocking. You can't believe her, right? Even if she's the princess, that means nothing. I didn't do it. The trust authority of your best friend. I need something very concrete to disprove what the princess is saying. I arrived at, let me see. Oh. Hold up. I think I found it. So she arrived at 8 a.m. Hold up. Died from loss and leaving. Ah, here it is. There's no way she could have been... Dude, there's no way the murder was at 8 o'clock and she arrived at 8 o'clock. It was before, you know what I mean? Trust the heart of the cards. Back, I had to fight with my phone bill too. The payment option on the phone is different, so I had to go online to pay it. Well, welcome back, Anna. How you guys enjoying this so far? It's really good. So I'm enjoying it. Your Honor, Your Highness, I believe I found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts. How dare you question the princess? You will let the defense speak, prosecutor. It's good. What did I miss? Well, we're about to catch Zelda in a lie. That's what we're gonna do. Because she did her testimony by what she saw going into the room with Talon and Malin going in. So she was doing her testimony on that. I think I see why he's so desperately wanting to prevent this cross-examination now. That's it. I'm playing Ace Attorney. I'm enjoying this. It's a bit weird, but it's fun. Your Highness, you stated that you arrived at the ranch shortly after 8 a.m., correct? Yes, that visit was scheduled for 8:30 exactly, but we were quite a bit early. I see. That makes something mentioning quite impossible. As stated by the autopsy report, the victim definitely died before 8 a.m. Gaps? Zelda can't be a killer? She is too good! Bottom right. That's the problem, Anna. Because the victim was already dead by then. Order, order! Yes, you really caught her in a lie. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? While I wholeheartedly respect and serve the crown, I will nonetheless not tolerate lies in my court. I have not lied. I suppose I did not see the exact moment it happened. I guess I only thought I did. Princess, this is a matter of life and death. I definitely saw the defendant there, though, along with the body. There's no one else who could have done it. I remember all the other details correctly. The body's on the floor, the pool of blood, you have to believe me. Look at that face she's making. Dude, that face. Perhaps it would be the best if Her Highness revises her testimony. Nah, that's not good. There's still not enough doubt to overturn this testimony. I'll have to find something else or this case will be over. What I actually saw. I am sorry for the unveiling of the truth a little bit. I did not see the actual moment of the attack, but I had it happen shortly before I went into the ranch house. Miss Malin and her father were only ones at the scene of the crime, and she must be the culprit. I see. You only saw the aftermath of the scene, not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there are no issues in your testimony this time. Defense, it's time for your cross-examination. Naturally, Your Honor. Dragmeyer still looks pretty angry. I bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to pop up. If I could just find another one like that in Prince's testimony, who would become completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the judge. Stupid high rolls. Chicken scratch writing. What I actually saw. What did you... Why did you do that, Your Highness? There's a life on the line here. I really am sorry. I suppose I got too excited about being a witness in an actual murder trial. Really now? Most people hate testifying. Yes, well, The life of a princess is rather boring, you know? This is quite the break from the routine for me. Should just get a hobby then. Oh man. Damn, he just bluntly said get a life. Wow. I did not see the actual moment of the attack. In that case, it can't be conclusively proven that the defendant did it. The chicken wrote the note. Defense, did you exhaust your singular brain cell on that last contradiction you found? There's a death mountain worth of evidence pointing to the defendant. Just because no one saw the actual moment of the crime doesn't mean no one else could have done it. I think you're making a death mountain out of a death molehill. How can you be so sure of that, princess? Well, sounds like something Edgeworth would say, lol. I noticed, isn't that the, I've seen clips of this. It's like based on the first game, isn't it, Brett? Like the guy in the red outfit? Last singular brain cell. Zelda, do have powers to protect the people. Don't give your life is boring. When I entered the ranch house, the victim still had the murder weapon embedded into his body. What? Isn't it obvious what that means? Is it not? The killer did not even have enough time to try to hide the weapon. Yes, I might have not seen the murder firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so. Oh my. What is this? Baha, this is awesome! What's up, Advent? How you doing, dude? What's up, Shocker? How you doing? Never played Ace Attorney before. Neither have I. I've never played Ace Attorney, but this is a mod off of it. Ganon is guilty. What's up, Mystery? This seems like a very important detail. Darkling, Zelda's about to go to jail. I thought it would be advisable for Her Highness to admit her testimony. Certainly, Your Honor. Interesting. Dragmire certainly doesn't look very happy about this development, does he? It's Ganon. He's just misunderstood. Get y'all a DS emulator and get the first 3 games. Think about it. I might just know why. I'll even hook you up with the files. I have a DS emulator, by the way, Brad. The murder weapon was still stuck in the Vision of Dawn. Ganon is a lawyer. Melon DS? One sec. What do I have? I can get Melon, but I have Citra. She deserves it. At Phil discovered sword alone, she has 2 counts of attempted murder. Blah! Now Ganon isn't misunderstood, he's just a villain. How is Ganon Prince of Evil a lawyer? This doesn't necessarily mean that my client was the first to do it, though. What if someone else snuck in before Malon and the princess arrived? Well, I suppose. Objection! Malon Ranch is surrounded by high walls, and the only way in to throw is a self-locking gate. Not very many people have a key to that gate, just a personal and a crown. Well, someone could have forced their way in. If you wish to propose such a possibility, you must substantiate it with evidence. Do you have any proof that another person showed up at the ranch house before the princess? What? Well, that makes it a little better. All those magic books he reads, one of them had to be about law. You know what? I'm gonna go on a limb. What about that photo with Ingo there. Of course I do. The piece of evidence that shows another person was at the scene of the crime is... this. These are the traces of another person on the scene. Ha! That just shows you have no trace of evidence to go on. Yes, defense, I'm afraid I can't really trace your logic. Well, you see, please try to keep at least a trace amount of credibility. Blocked my comment defending Ganon. Branch history? Unlike Link with his deep-rooted brother-in-law. Are you sure Melon was the only person there other than the victim? From what I recall, there wasn't upstairs at the ranch house. What if someone was hiding there? Don't be stupid, defense. If someone was hiding up there, the Sheikah force would have found them. I stood guard at the door the entire time. No one could have left. What if they jumped out the window? Don't be ridiculous. Those windows are very high up. Link learned law from Deku and Korokyu. Actually, those windows can't even be opened. They'd have to break one to leave. Right. Well, this is a little more plausible than the last testimony she gave. Yes, I suppose it matches the detective's account, doesn't it? Still, I feel like something here sticks out like a sore thumb. The murder was still stuck in the... Let's see here. Maybe that? Maybe it was a saw? I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness's words. It seems the prosecution sees what I'm getting at here. There was a bloody cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. If the princess saw the saw lodged in the Talon's body and the crime scene was left intact, then it couldn't have been wiped. Well, Prosecutor Dragmire, care to explain? This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that was what you saw? Well, maybe the princess decided to pull the saw out in the valiant and yet futile attempt to save the victim, and then wipe the blade clean? That would be almost like framing the defendant. Of course I did no such thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact. I love the face she's giving. That is hilarious. I guess I must have made up the memory about the saw sticking out of Mr. Talon as well. You idiot. You idiotic girl. Do you even realize what you've done through your bumbling? I am sorry. I was so excited to stand as witness in the court just this once. Whenever I challenged my father about anything, he always seemed so disinterested. But just this once, I wanted to feel listened to. The defendant, it is clear that she did it. I just wanted to play a larger part in her capture. Damn! Pete, Zelda has it out from Mount. Dang. This court lets out a lot of big bruh. I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you all. God, I feel that Zelda wanted to be listened to. Your Highness, the court is no place for silly games. As it stands, I'm afraid we'll have to strike your statements from the court record completely. Yes, I did it. The prosecution lost their key and witness. Zelda is about to be a contempt of court. Brother. No, please wait. I have more to say. I was wrong about the crime scene, but I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards. Why would we care about that? It's best that you leave and stop damaging my case with your idiocy. And if you are not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence I found. What? Huh? Evidence? Of course. While the Sheikah force investigated inside the ranch house, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own. Sheikah, did you know about this? Of course I did. You did? I'll have your head for this. I have to go. One take care later. Alright, Aris. Have an awesome night. Order. What is the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this from the court? It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her finding on her own. What? And you agreed to this? This court is not some playground while children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a crown. He's being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Jackmeyer on this one. Also, I don't really buy this story. There's no way Impa would have allowed this. Believe me, I wasn't thrilled with the request either. However, after seeing the evidence in question, I didn't think it would be all important to the case. Thus, I let the princess have her fun. This is highly irregular. I'm not sure how to feel about this, prosecutor. Naturally, I object to this nonsense. If the detective thinks it's irrelevant, then this is pretty just a waste of time. All the evidence points to the defendant. It is still clear that she did it, even without a witness at the scene. I see. Defense? What do we do? We object to presenting the evidence that Dragmeyer loses his key witness. Plus, whatever the princess presents could be bad for our case too. So, we should agree with the prosecution? Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead left. Well, don't keep us waiting. Impa would be it. Impa would be like, I have to save your butt again. So much withheld information, Zelda would be serving time for sure. Surely you won't get. You sure won't throw away all the progress you made thus far. What do I do? What's to request the evidence? I really hope this is the right choice. The defense requests that the evidence be presented. Excuse me, princess. What? While I agree that the situation's irregular, we should still examine the evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing what it is. Had to do it. I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you. In order to admit this piece of evidence into the court record, and the princess statement that she found is somewhere away from the scene that has to be admitted as testimony? Yes, Your Honor, I am well aware. This defense wishes to give the princess just one more chance. I didn't even get to read that. That was so quick. Hold on. Let me read that. Of all the idiotic, foolish order. Very well then. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your own investigation. Thank you. I will not let you down this time, I promise. Princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand now. I just hope this new evidence isn't damaging to our case. A real attorney would have had a fit about this nonsense. My findings. I wish to express my most heartfelt apologies for the mistake in the earlier testimony. Upon entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant passed out in front of the victim who was bleeding out. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Once Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop and see where it was coming from. Tweaking out in the courtroom, and she is. I followed the scent and found a burnt-out fire nearby and a small, nearly empty bottle of lamp oil. I, of course, took the bottle straight to head detective. And here it is. And the bottle found, and the oil bottle I found. Is something wrong? Oh no, this might actually be completely irrelevant. Yes, well... Of course there is, foolish girl! Oh, dang it. Get to read that. Oh. So, of course there's no foolish girl. There has nothing to do with anything. Your great finding is a random fire on the ranch? Please. What's next? Are you going to declare every rake on the premises suspicious? Well, the prosecution will calm down. This is just great. It's effing hilarious. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. This is bad. Your Honor, despite the fact that the evidence might not seem to add anything at the moment, the defense still sits right to a cross-examination. Some straws have been grasped. Why must you insist on this charade, defense? The princess has merely recounted the same view of the crime scene as the head detective. You haven't been able to find any contradictions in her statements. I believe there might be a way to tie the princess' new evidence into the case. Ridiculous. If I see Navi say, hey, listen, I'm done. Regardless of what the prosecution thinks, the defense does have a right to have a cross-examination. The court admits the oil bottle into evidence. Found that the ranch near the burnt out of fire has a little bit of oil inside? Okay. I just really hope this isn't a complete waste of time, defense, but both of your own sake and your clients. Got a clown court over here. My findings. There is no need to press the princess about her apology. You already wasted a chance to throw out her testimony. Yes, defense. Please get to the point. Yikes. Was there anything else in the room? Only that beautiful crystal ball I mentioned before. The house was rather barren. Most of our things are on the top floor, since the downstairs room is mostly used for rent business these days. And the occasional game. Oh, of course. Dad's famous cuckoo game. The good old days. Is the defense doing reminiscing? There will be plenty of time to do that when the defendant's behind bars. I was just trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch onto here. Did anything happen during that time? No, not that I recall. The guard did occasionally protest and asked me to let them take over, but I held my stance. While accommodating in theory, staying in the same room as dangerous killer isn't very nice. What if she woke up and lashed out at you? Sweet Hylia up above? That thought did not occur to me. Of course not, foolish girl. But the guards did stand close by would have been safe. Wonderful to see how much faith our princess has in our royal guard. Yeah, of course I do. But in any case... You didn't just go home? The royal visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. Father was not expecting us back to the castle until much later. I came to the ranch to examine the horses, so I suppose I could at least do that in the meantime. Judge be like, oh, I'm done with this shit. Huh, how long did it take the Sheikah to arrive at the scene? It does not take very long to make the trip from Hyrule Castle down to Lon Ranch. That is true. That is not that long, actually. I cannot imagine it was more than 20 minutes. This is pretty fast. Although I imagine the fact that the princess was involved helping speed it up. Slowpokes, I would have been there in half that time, running backwards even. That's actually a true fact. If you, that's an Ocarina of Time exploit right there. I suppose it's no surprise though. Hylian horses are naturally inferior to our fine Gerudo steeds. The Gerudo buy horses. Oh, come on, man. I didn't get to read that. The Gerudo buy horses from our ranch too. It just doesn't bother. He's trying to rile you up. Judge be like, wanna go home, but I gotta see this shit. Oh, one flew over the cuckoo's nest. For real. Yeah. What was the smell like? Oh, it was awful. A really terrible stench. Surely you don't mean to say that you found that smell of horse manure suspicious? Don't be ridiculous. That smell was not coming from the horses. A fire, huh? Now let me remind you, Defense. There was any number of reasons why a fire could have been there. You could still feel the cold grass of death early in the morning. Princess, how long would you estimate the fire has been up before you found it? Ah, right. That was still smoke rising out of the ashes, so it must have been put out recently. So around the time of the crime. So someone prepared their breakfast there? I repeat, this fire is irrelevant. I think he realized the same thing I did. Well, who was it? Who could have lit that fire anyway? It would have been the ranch worker who was putting the milk shipments together at the time. It was almost certainly him. If you really want to ask about his little barbecue, you might just get your wish soon. Zelda may be innocent, but what about Sheik? Clown court introducing Haha the Clown. Kind of crazy how the prosecution is so against his key witness now. Doesn't sound like it was very appetizing. But without any concrete to pin on him, he'd just be able to brush it off. Judge Judy would never. Right, and she allowed you to present it? Well, I was the one who found to find it, and since I was going to trial anyway. Utter ridiculousness! Yes, please make this last time you do something like this, Your Highness. Proper procedure exists for a reason. Yes, I understand. Defense, I believe this is enough. It doesn't seem like you're getting closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all. No, I suppose not, Your Honor. Naturally. I said this was a waste of time from the beginning. In that case, in this case, the cross-examination is over. Thank you for your time, Your Highness. I assume you have no more revelations to share with us? No, I do not. I really thought the fire would be important. Leave my sight. Damn. Enough. Your Highness, if you allow me to escort you back to Hyrule Castle. Very well. Now that the princess' little game is over, we should move this along. The prosecution stance is still the same, of course. We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant. I do believe I am nearly ready to hand down my verdict. I think the judge is done with this shit. Good night, and later all crazy clowns. But Your Honor, there's nothing that definitely shows that Madeline committed the crime. This is all circumstantial. There's no way that she could kill her own father. Oh, this is exactly excellent point, defense. The prosecution has yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive. Patricide is not something a person commits lightly. But I did briefly touch on the subject during my opening statement. But naturally, the prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. I would like to call in my third witness. This has to be that ranch worker. Before calling him in, though, the prosecution requests a brief recess to prepare. I thought you'd say you were already prepared. Maybe he wants to double check that his new witness won't pull anything weird like the princess did. Very well. I do believe a break would benefit us all. The court will reconvene after 15 minutes recess. Court is adjourned. March 17th, 11:17 a.m., Hyrule Grand Court, defendant lobby number 3. It's not going all that well, is it? No, I think that went about as well as it could have, actually, given the circumstances. We exposed the worst of the prince's testimony as untrue. I can't believe she just makes stuff up like that. Yeah, that was surprising. Why March 17th, though? Judge be like, freedom. Still, the issue that we didn't manage to shake the core of the argument. If only there was anyone else in that house. Now, there's no need to look so glum. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back? The carriage is being prepared. I thought I'd drop by in the meantime. You really managed to make Dragmire furious, you know. I have. If you listen carefully, you just might be able to hear him ranting over in the prosecutor's lobby. He's really giving his upcoming witness a grilling. Expect him to try to shut you down as fast as he can. Well then, what would be worrying if I had anything he could shut down in the first place, I guess? Oh, but you do. What do you mean? Oh, come on now. I'm talking about the Princess Grand Discovery, of course. The fire? I wasn't able to do anything with that. You really think that's relevant? Don't get me wrong. At present, I'm convinced the girl did it. We investigated and came to the conclusion for a reason. But I am willing to explore every possibility. That fire is definitely a bit strange, and dare say it may be your only way out of this. If I may be so bold, I think you should press the next witness on the topic hard. As the only other person working on the ranch at the time, he is the only one who could have lit that fire. If he's hiding something, I think the court deserves to know. For 15 minutes. Thing is, the next testimony is about the motive. It's going to be difficult to bring up the fire again without Dragmire objecting. You'll have to make it work. As much as I don't like it, she's right. This really isn't a whole lot else to go on. Well, thank you. Don't mention it. One last thing. You ranch girl. Me? Try not to hold that testimony against the princess. Believe me, I'm sure she was acting with the best of intentions in mind. You know, the road to the Dark Realm is paved with those, right? Perhaps. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment. One she will live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and inexperienced. After the sudden death of her older sister last year, she was thrust into the role of her heir very suddenly. That's right, the mysterious death of firstborn Princess Zelda. Hyrule still grieves after the event of that day. And yet, no one knows what exactly happens. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok. People blaming the Royal Guard, the Sheikah, and even the King himself. The princess will soon have a whole kingdom's worth of troubles on her shoulders. For a kingdom with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle. Princess conduct today probably won't help but the distrust some people have of the crown right now, though. Regret till she dies to her next resurrection. I mean, she's wise beyond her years. She will learn and she will be better. I will simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes of this trial. She does not need more than she already has. Wow, she's so intense. I never expected to see Impa get so emotional. I guess all this why she decided to take the blame for the princess impromptu investigation. Detective Impa? What is it, soldier? I am quite busy at the moment, so please be quick. The investigation team came back at the ranch has just sent word of a new development. Something about the milk shipment being returned to the ranch because of the wrong recipient address. They were asking you to come over and see it. Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Send someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle. Roger. That did remind me, though. I took this bottle of milk from the couple guards who were slacking on the job earlier. Here, ranch girl. Perhaps it would help calm your nerves somewhat. Not to worry, it's still unopened. Oh? Thank you. That's nice of her. Too bad for those guards, though. Now then, I believe the princess' carriage should be prepared by now. If you'll excuse me. Law drinking on the job. Isn't it Lon Lon milk like their alcohol in that universe? If I remember correctly. I think I'm so nervous right now. Milk just lost its flavor, or has it lost its flavor? Yep, pretty much. Can you guys imagine in our lifetime if we drunk milk that would have been alcohol? Can you imagine in our lifetime? Someone needs to make Lon Lon milk real. That'd be funny to see an alcohol in it. Pretty much. That milk spoiled as she lost its flavor. But Lon Lon milk is always so tasty. Are you sure it's just nerves? Let me try some. Oh dang, he's drunk on the job too. Huh? You're right. Getting drunk off the cow juice is crazy, bruh. We would be slamming that. You know, the way it's funny you say that, Mystery. You know how many foods today we use milk? Cereal. A lot of boxed goods. Pancakes. Fucking waffles. Eggs. Man, we would be drunk as hell, man. And plus, my love for Hamburger Helper, I would be wasted. We would be dead. Yeah, be over. I'm sure this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments. Moo Moo Juice be hitting different. Probably with the investigation, the ranch, they wouldn't be today. So maybe it's just isn't fresh. Alcohol poisoning to the end. Well, shit, I would die of Hamburger Helper then, man. I love Hamburger Helper, if you guys know. The amount of pizza I eat, I already be sick. Yeah, then pizza too. No, I don't think so. It doesn't really taste if it's gone bad. Also, the guard said that one in yesterday's shipment was misaddressed, didn't he? And this was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? I think there's something odd going on. I better make some notes about this in the court's record. Dang, bro. We would be at least Heaven's Gate. Yeah. Defense, the court is about to reconvene. Escort your client back to courtroom at once. So it comes down to this. The court's conclusion's approaching. Time to turn the situation around. We're going. 15 likes, Mr. Moo Moo. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate the likes, guys. That cow in Mario Kart World giggling and shit. Court is back in session for the trial of Malin of Lon Lon Ranch. I trust that the prosecution's final witness is ready. Naturally, I have personally seen that there will be no foolishness this time around. Hopefully his ears are intact. As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity means for the defendant to have committed the murder. Only one matter remains, the matter of motive. For naturally, such a heinous crime couldn't be the result of mere happenstance. Watching us all fall out over a pizza and hamburger helper would be moving around. That's true. The prosecution believes the defendant had a deep desire that pushed her aside. Our next witness can shed light on the matter. Fascinating. Very well. Please proceed. The prosecution calls the ranch worker Ingo to the stands. Oh, here we go. Ingo. It's funny to see Mr. Ingo in such fancy clothes. Oh. Yeah, he almost always wears his work dungarees. It's almost like looking at a different person. Well, I guess he wanted to dress up for court and he wouldn't want to get that nice outfit dirty by working in it. Quiet, defense! Witness, state your name and occupation. Your Honor, Great Honorable Prosecutor. Okay, there is one thing that I know about Zelda. If your face is red like that, you are drunk. Is that a fact? Yeah, when you have that red on his face, that means he's drunk. Before the trial starts, Link and Melon need a breathalyzer. Smoke cheese like it's gonna get up high and we're on the mushroom trip. My name is Ingo. I mine Lon Lon Ranch. Mind? What does that entail exactly? I'm mostly there to work on structures and equipment. Well, I knew it was drunk once I saw the red on his face. Yep, he is twisted. Yup. And look at his eyes, too. They're red. The owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to animals and take care of workers. Yeah, flushed red face means drunkenness just like in real life. How long have you been working at the ranch? It would be several years at this point. There have been others who came went but I, Ingo, have preserved through all the hardships. Sounds like he wants a medal for it. Brother can't even stand straight. Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Mr. Ingo really is a great help. He built the ranch silos single-handedly. Whoa, that's some dedication. Very well. Given that you're clearly an important employee, you are privy to some inside information. Is that correct? Yes, the ranch owner shared all the big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. He used to say that we were like a big family. That sounds lovely. This sounds like a red flag that you're going to be getting a load of unpaid overtime. Evidently, not every member of your so-called family felt the same way, though, did they? It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, Honorable Court of Law. Bro's facial hair can't stay straight. Get paid in milk, get an outfit for worker. Ingo hits that Moo Moo milk hard. Just a couple days ago, the owner, Talon, partly signed the ranch over to his daughter, Melon. Talon became a life tenant with Malin, meant to inherit all of the assets after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her. And there you have it. Testimony from a man who just lost everything. It's truly tragic to witness another family torn apart by greed. And we have evidence. We have defendant caught her red-handed at the scene of the crime, and now we have a motive. How do we know that he's telling the truth? Bah! I have, of course, verified the witness's testimony. As per the law, all inheritance documents must have been filed at the Castle North office to be considered valid. I saw fit to prepare this for the trial, and the prosecution would like to submit the Lon Ranch inheritance document into evidence. Let's take a look at that. Malin will inherit the ranch if she is unable to decide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. Okay. One of the issues is extremely tasteless. Apparently one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to being misjudged. Okay. Mr. Ringo, why would you? Your Honor, the witness is under his influence. You should pass judgment now, Judge. This defense has nothing. I would like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details I feel are relevant. But of course, ask whatever you like. I, the hard-working Ingo, can handle it. Very well, defense. Please begin. Something's fishy. A matter of motives. How long ago was this exactly? 3-4 days. I'm not sure the exact date. Had it been planned for a long time? Talon was getting in on in years. Better take care of the matter sooner than later, eh? Malin. Is he telling the truth? Father scheduled a visit to the notary office about a week ago. What do you mean by partly witness? So Malin hadn't become the ranch owner yet. Well, of course not. Haven't you heard of all the stories making rounds recently? So many ungrateful brats throwing their old folks into retirement homes the moment ownership signed to them? Talon was no fool. I myself convinced him that it was the safer option. If the girl was up to some chicanery, he could always revert his decision. That's horrible. I'd never do that. As much as I like to believe that, you did much worse by killing him. Children these days, you feed them, you raise them, and they pull a stunt like this as soon as you give them an inch over yourself. I must concur, the younger generation is horrible. Why did he look at me when saying that? Anyway, what was that meant? What that meant was... But why would Malin want to sell the ranch right now? Why wouldn't she want to? Why wouldn't a pretty little girl like her want to work on the same dingy ranch? She had it much better if she sold the old place and used the money to move to the castle. That's not true. I love working with the animals. I wouldn't leave them for anything. Wow. She often slacking on the job while the hard-working Ingo had to cover for her. I guess the Deku nut doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. That Talon loved to sleep on the job too. Oh, I do recall a quite funny story about the Lon Ranch owner blocking the side entrance to Hyrule Castle for an entire day once. The guard couldn't even wake him up. It took a particularly vocal cuckoo, apparently. Yep, drunk as a skank. Objection, this guy is drunk as? Law says the dude who is the only man in its own race, and they all hate him? I mean... jeez. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. I am the real reason why the ranch is still renowned. Me and a hardworking Ingo. Link, that's not true at all. I know, but I know how. I know how, but how do I stop this? The warrior's getting angry. Do you really think Melon would go that far? Huh, I don't want to think of it, but clearly this event speaks for themselves, don't they? Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then? Talon was getting older. Perhaps she knew more and more work would be piling on to her. But really, how am I supposed to know? Ask her. That's alright. Well, if Malin didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier? As Talon's only child, she still inherited the ranch. That's where you're wrong. For a long while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. He's a patriotic man. He knew how much these horses meant to the royal guard. It's his drunk ethic? I missed like 10 minutes. What's happening? So they're getting into a fight right now about the ranch. About like if Malin basically giving inheritance, and that's not happened yet. Honestly, no, I don't trust him around Malin. Guilty! Blah! I wish he hadn't changed his mind now. Is this true? Yes. Father's previous inheritance documents didn't work that way. How admirable. I guess Familia Bonds won over his drive to help the kingdom. Truly a shame. And the other words, Mommy and Daddy are fighting. Yes, naturally the girl wanted the whole thing. She bided her time. I think she sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue, shall we? Wait just a moment. There's only one more problem with the timing that I'd like the witness to explain. Why would Malin have planned the murder for the day of the royal visitation specifically? More people around means more witnesses. You'll think she would have chosen any other day? Oh, did I forget to mention this? I overheard Talon arguing, but that very morning, he was telling her he changed his mind again. He was planning to tell the king that he'd be signing the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he headed to the castle to change the inheritance back to the original split. What? I'll go in the corner and cover my ears. Despite the victim's wishy-washiness, I would appear he did make the right choice in the end. And basically, with that choice, if the defendant wanted to get the ranch, she had no time to waste that day. Is this true too? Absolutely not. Father wasn't planning to do that, and there was no argument either. Huh, what to do about this argument then? There was an argument about the inheritance? The defense requested to be added to the testimony. Very well, witness, please do so. Huh, I'd be happy to, Your Honor. About what time did this happen? First thing in the morning. I was heading out to the silo to start the day's work. I just walked out of the front door of the ranch house when I heard some yelling erupt behind me. Do you remember any specific about what was said? Oh yes, it surprised me enough that I stopped to listen for a minute. It was all like, I'm real sorry, Malin, but the most important thing to make sure the king was always had a steadiest supply of quality horses. I don't care. What about me, father? How can you do this to me? Malin, this isn't just about you. It's for the good of the entire kingdom. But what am I supposed to do? I can't move up in life if I'm stuck on this dump of a ranch forever. I thought you loved the ranch. All the animals are here, and Ingo's always around to help out with the herds, too. He's pretty great, isn't he? Yeah, Ingo is awesome, but I still hate you for this. This isn't over. I would like to watch the circus show in the case, but it's getting late. Alright, Drac. Have a nice night, dude. What a stirring reenactment. I will keep my thoughts on the witness' acting skills to myself. There's no way this actually happened, though. Malin would never want to sell the ranch. Well, of course, she'd say that now, you buffoon. Remember, she's under suspicion for murder. We can't trust a thing she says. Well, I trust her, but the judge probably doesn't right now, but that's unfortunately what matters. Do I have anything in the court records that could refute this story? If you ask me, this whole inheritance issue could have been avoided if the crown wasn't so soft. In Grotto Desert, there would be no question that the fortress may seize whatever it desires. That's just messed up. No matter. Continue your testimony, farmhand. Share with us the true nature of the defendant. No, you hold it. That man gave you everything. That man gave everything for her. She got so many expensive presents over this year. Just look at the golden necklace she's wearing. That man spoiled her rotten. In fact, I think I saw another present he was meaning to give her on the very day he was killed. Another gift? Why yes, a little bottle of perfume, I believe. It's horrible. Talon was such a kind man. What happened to him is despicable. Was it the last statement important? Your Honor, the defense wishes to add the statement about the perfume to the testimony. What are you doing? Trying to implicate the defendant even harder? I think it's an important detail. The perfume is irrelevant. But I suppose the prosecution has no objections to strengthening our case. Very well, witness. Please add what you just said to your testimony. Where did you see this? I think it was just lying around the ranch house. Tom probably intended to give it to Malin on the day he was killed. Do you mean this witness? Why, yes, that's exactly it. Looks very expensive. If only Talon had spent as much on her salary for me than hard-working Ingo, I could get up and leave to do work at the break of dawn every day, you know. What's your relationship with this guy anyway? Well, he's been employed and living with us on the ranch for as long as I can remember, really. You know, I don't think he's ever skipped a day of work thinking about it. Not a single one? Talk about a dedication. But even so, something is very much off here. Let me see. Please, the owner. Let me look at the court here. Mass clarity of the court. What's up, Mystical? Just chilling and you. What's up, Mystical? I'm alright. Trying to solve this case. How do I... How do I do the, how do I do the other, evidence? What's your, oh. Which are the ones I put in my record? How do I access those? You know what I'm talking about? Like, what about the argument? Like, how do I... Trying to figure this out. Just a couple days ago, signed the ranch over to his daughter Melon. Maybe I don't know that. That didn't work. Okay. That didn't work. Perfume, or is the redirected shipment back to Long Ranch due to the wrong address? I mean, I could try that. Oh, hold on. The music stopped. Witness? What is it? Just to confirm, you said that the bottle of perfume was bought from Malin by her father, correct? Huh. What else would it be for? I assure you, Talon wasn't the type to indulge in perfumes. Far from it. Well, you're wrong, witness. Oh, is that so? What was the ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur? No, Your Honor. The bottle of perfume was bought for the princess. So what, defense? Sure, it's technically a contradiction, but what does the purpose of this bottle change? Yes, defense, I admit I'm confused as well. Please explain why this point is important. Well, earlier in the trial, Malin mentioned that Talon brought this perfume in preparation last minute. Isn't that right, Malin? I'm sure it is, but we had a gift for the king prepared when the news arrived and would actually be the princess making this visitation. Father quickly rode out in town to get a new gift. This info puts out one thing in question. Alan's taste in gifts. It's definitely not the testimony. It's gotta be that, right? Somebody's moving around the ranch or put into serious doubt. Someone's? Well, don't keep us waiting then, Defense. Who is this person? Naturally, the person whose movement becomes suspect is... It's gotta be Ingo. No, I never played this, so I'm just guessing. I know, you're helping. It's gotta be Ingo. The witness himself. If you recall, this bottle of perfume, which has just been purchased, was found at the crime scene. A crime scene that the witness especially never went to. He shouldn't have known about the bottle. Ah! Order! The defense raises a very valid point. You simpleton! What is the meaning of this? Well, witness, did you just go into the scene of the crime at any point? No, of course I didn't. I was working in the silo all day. I remember, I saw the gift the day before the crime. The girl was lying. Talon must have gotten the gift the day before. You're the one who's lying. Father didn't leave the ranch at all that day. Huh, one word's against another. Defense? Do you have any other way to prove your version of the event is true? No, I don't want to smell the perfume. When you buy something, you usually get a receipt, and the receipt always shows the date of purchase. And it might still be at the ranch house. I say we send someone over to look for it. Father never throws a receipt away. We have a drawer full of them. The perfume should be right on top. Huh. I believe this idea has some merit. Soldiers, rush out to the ranch house immediately and search for that receipt. I agree, even though I haven't played this either. But you caught him, lol. Your Honor. Yes? What is it, soldier? We have just received the receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene. Very well, thank you. I shall now read it out loud. There is a lot of writing on this. Aha! From Tingle's Mysterious Smells. Ah, yes, I think I've seen that store. Isn't that eccentric-looking place in the back alley? You couldn't miss the binding neon colors if you tried. It's an utter eyesore. The gall of this nobody running a monopoly on highly perfume is preposterous. Perhaps, but back to the matter at hand. The nerve of that dudundern head. Why wouldn't anyone ever shop at that store where the owner calls out all the customers a fairy? Prosecutor? And the balloons? Oh, the balloons? That fool popped one right in my face. Oh. Law, of course, Tingle's name gets dropped. Prosecutor Dragmire, enough! Continuing on, purchased item, 1 bottle of Rosy Rupee Lands. Oh my. This is quite the price. Why? I was reading that. Your Honor, please, the date of purchase. Ah, yes, right. Date of purchase. Why, it's March 16th, the day of the murder. Order. Yes, we got him. Phew, I think we're getting somewhere. Bah, this still doesn't mean anything. Perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the bottle then. Yes, that's it. I was getting thirsty, so I went back to get a drink. I must have seen the bottle then. Oh, come on, you think you were gonna believe that? Do you have any other proof that he didn't? Well, I believe this calls for the further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we should have learned of his exact movements that day. Ha, my movements? Well, alright, that's not a whole lot to say, though. It's unfortunate that he managed to weasel out of that. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance. You know what? I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back, folks. Okay, I'm back. Plus, I got some batteries just in case my controller dies. Some fresh ones. Alright. As I was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. Thanks, Mystical. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier arrived. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened, and wow, was that detective one fine woman. Oh, God. See, I haven't done anything to warrant suspicion. Eat my shoe, you brat. I'll pass. Therefore, there has to be something wrong in there. You can't pull a sword together that quickly. You know what? It's that fireplace with the oil. That's gonna make him yeah. What were you doing? Working on shipments and fulfilling orders. We send out crates of milk to milk bars all across the kingdom every day, you know. Milk bars. Naturally, everyone loves a good drink, you know. And our milk is renowned as the best there is. I hear some other waters dirt down despicable. I see. I think you said earlier that your job is to work on the structure and equipment, though. Indeed. Talon and the girl would have usually be the one overseeing milk orders. However, since the royal visitation was happening that day, I felt that they needed their minds occupied, so I took upon myself to do it this time. After the murder, I got scared and the Sheikah Force investigation would delay the shipment, and that the Great Ingo would get the blame. Thankfully, it all went through fine. Yeah, and you were so concerned with sending it off quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it. Blah! You Hylian ridiculous! Getting tipsy for something like milk? Bet you couldn't handle even a sip of Gerudo's Noble Pursuit, a real man's drink! A real man's drink? Aren't most the Gerudo women? Speaking of drinks, I believe the witness was talking about how he'd gotten himself a glass of water. Yeah, of course, moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat. You see, I got very thirsty and... Oil and fire, oh boy. And milk law, oh, he got you. Hold on, I think I have it. I just need to do the whole. I need to get that more evidence. You didn't think just to take a sip of the milk you were handling? No, it wouldn't be right. That milk was for the customers, you see. I just didn't want to get into any trouble. A truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace? Right. And what did you see? What did you see at the house? Nothing much. I got my drink and left and still had a lot of work to do, you see. I suppose I must have seen the perfume bottle then. In fact, yes, I remember it clearly now. It was there on the table, plain as day. Ooh-ha. Okay, that one's true. Great. What happened after that, witness? And you were able to complete this so quickly on your own? Bah, you don't even know the might of the great Ingo. Pow, wham! I get things done in no time. I did almost break my back getting those crates out of the silo though. There were so many and all so heavy it was like a puzzle in there. Anyway, that's not important. The point is... Yeah, I'm sensing bullshit here. Are you sure? Sure as can be. Mwahaha. You never went back in, even after the crime was discovered. Blah! They wouldn't let me in! For serving the crime scene or some such, I couldn't even get any of my things. After I was questioned, no one gave me a half a glance. I had to sleep in the stables that night. It was terrible. So what is that just... So what he just said is important. Your Honor, I would like the witness to add his last statement to his testimony. What? What are you trying to pull now? Very well. Witness, please amend your statement. Gah, fine, whatever. Couldn't you have stayed at an inn? Bah, what am I made of money? Think, boy. I'm just a simple ranch worker, you know. Phew, you lawyers are always flaunting your wealth. Right, sorry. Not exactly sorry. I doubt one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look at what he's wearing. Could you elaborate? She's a hard-working woman who gets to the point and takes what she wants. Not to mention her impeccable fashion sense. What's not to love? That's not the part I wanted him to elaborate on. Wow, he seems totally smitten with her. Sure does. I wonder how Impa feels about it. Perhaps, when this chore of a child's over, I could... But no, it would have to wait. You thought you could distract me, didn't you? I am the genius ranch worker Ingo. See through your schemes. He's sticking to that story, huh? Yeah, it was so desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well. I can hardly believe this is the same Mr. Ingo I know. He's usually so nice. It's time to press for more details. He's sure to slip up somewhere. There has to be a piece of evidence or a profile waiting to disprove what he's saying. Let me see. I went back to the ranch, got myself a glass of water. So this one I think is the truth because of the fireplace and the oil, which I believe he did all night. You know what? I'm gonna try. Damn. How do I access all the other stuff? Like, I don't know. What do you guys think in chat? What do you think this one is? I felt like it's the milk or the oil bottle, but yeah, but where would I put this at? Hold on, let me try this. That's not it. Why would Ingo even try to return to the ranch house if he knew there would have been a murder there? Well, I don't imagine he had any other place to sleep. Father let him move in with us when he was hired so he wouldn't have to spend money on rent. Surely he didn't expect to be able to sleep at an active crime investigation scene, though. Well, if it's not just that, all of Mr. Ringo's belongings are at the house. All of them, huh? It would be so easy to prove that he went back to the scene if he just had something on him right now that he shouldn't. Maybe I should check his profile to make sure he hasn't missed anything. Hey, speaking of profiles, do you remember you can present those during cross-examinations, just making sure? Right, sometimes the best evidence is the person, not a thing. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Thanks, Malin. You've got this, Link. I gotta plan this right because it's really. Did I try? Okay, well that one's true because he couldn't get his stuff back. What the heck, man? Well, it could be loyal, but maybe I'll try it. It's a risk of my last heart, but damn. Huh. I feel like I have seen enough to announce the verdict of this time. The defense has failed to establish a likely alternative scenario to this one presented by the prosecution. As much as I pronounce Law and Ranch. The defendant shall submit herself to the king to have her fate decided. The court is adjourned. Oh, what was I supposed to? Let me try this again. Hold on, maybe... Ah, there we go. Witness, there's something seriously wrong with your testimony. What are you talking about? You say you couldn't get any of your belongings because they were all at the ranch house, correct? A ranch house you were not allowed to go in. That's right. Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but those don't look like work clothes at all. Ah! Oh, there we go. The defense has a point. The witness appears pretty well dressed for court, and I can imagine he would want solely those clothes during work. Well, what do you have to say to that? Grr. Oh, of course. I can explain. It's simple. These are brand new, yeah. On my way to the courthouse, I went shopping for a nice new outfit. After all, I couldn't very well show up to court dressed like a bum. Whoa. Yes, defense. Certainly people have a modicum of respect for the court and show up dressed appropriately. What's that supposed to mean? This is my finest Zora suit. So you claim you bought these clothes after the crime, is that correct? Very much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself? Do I accept this? Excellent, and then farce of trial is about to come to a long-delayed conclusion. Not that the ranch workers' testimony has been accepted by both... Oh, did I just mess up? I just messed up, didn't I? Or actually, can I reconsider my stance on the witness? Foolishness! Once again, you waste the court's valuable time with this circus act. The prosecution insisted the defense to be penalized. Indeed, please consider your statement before making it. Now then, defense, the witness has explained that he bought the clothes this morning. Is there a problem? Naturally. You buying those clothes today is simply impossible. What? Oh, how can you claim so? Defense, as you know, evidence is everything in court. Either prove that the witness couldn't have bought those clothes today, or get out. That has to be the oil, right? Because he was outside with the fire, and I'm guessing, yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Have a great stream. I'll see you next time. Okay, Mystical. Oh, come on, man. God dang it, dude. How could I even prove that? I didn't even know anything about Ingo's schedule this morning. Maybe if I could show him he already had these clothes before today. As you know, evidence is everything in court. Hold on, guys. What was the date on the murder? Anybody remember? March 16th? And today is the 17th, right? Man. Um, that? Damn it. My goodness. Okay, this is a toughie. What? No, I'm streaming. I'll be right back. Thank you, Evan. Is that the one I did? The one with the clothes? Wow, this is... Oh, here we go. That's the one I needed. All right, so what do I do to prove this? Um, you think it's the saw? I mean, we could try. Nope. Hmm. Wait a minute, the photo. Oh, I didn't even think of it. The photo. Ah. Why is this one lovely photograph? It reminds me of the. It. I delete. What about this photograph, defense? Well, just look at what Ingo is wearing. This photo is from Malon's childhood, but Ingo is very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now. He couldn't have bought it today. Order. I will have order. Why, the defense is absolutely correct. I hope the witness has a good explanation for this. There. I think we finally got him. There's no way he could have weaseled out this time. Oh god, here we go. Oh, unless someone weasels out for him. Bah! Isn't it obvious? Naturally, the witness knew he would need to wear his nice clothes for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day. He brought them to the silo in advance so that he could quickly change before the royal visitation arrival. Oh. Oh ho! Yeah, of course. I need to be presentable after all. Can't look like a bum in front of the most important people in the kingdom. Wait a minute, this is insane. What kind of kangaroo court is this? The prosecution keeps making excuses up on the spot. Ingo was clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. He's definitely trying to hide something. Your Honor, surely you won't accept this battlement perjury. Huh. Accept it, Judge. There can be only no other explanation. Prosecution explanation doesn't seem plausible. What? However, the fact that the witness didn't simply say it himself instead of made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very suspicious. Defense? The prosecution has posed that there is no other possible explanations for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of any alternate version of the events? This is big. I really need to think this through. Ingo is acting really suspicious right now. He's desperately trying to patch up holes in the testimony to conceal his real movements. Why would he be doing this? Ingo has Right. Ingo is actually a fashion connoisseur. Or what? No, there's no way. Malin said she basically only ever sees him in one outfit. I need to rethink this. If it's not Malin, Ingo is the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did if I want to think Malin is innocent. With that in mind, why would Ingo change out of his work clothes? What happened to make it necessary? They were eaten by a cow. When Ingo killed Talent, his clothes must have gotten blood on them. He had to change into something else to hide his involvement. But then wouldn't the Sheikah force have found the clothes in the house? How could they have disappeared? Oh, there we go. They were thrown in a fire, which is the bottle. That explains the oil. Ingo burnt his clothes. That's it. That explains everything. I believe I can offer an alternative explanation. Nonsense. Judge, the defense spent far too long sitting in silence just now. They clearly have nothing. I call for a quick ruling. And now that not only can I explain, but in fact, the defense formally accuses the witness of the murder. No. It's simple. The reason he had to swap his outfit while he's been lying about the circumstances ever since is because he got stained with the victim's blood. Preposterous. If there were any discarded bloody clothes nearby, the Sheikah force would have found them, and we wouldn't be trying someone else for the murder right now. Why, you are absolutely correct, prosecutor. Naturally, Ingo couldn't have left his body clothes lying around. And so he used this to dispose of them. Your Honor, cast your mind to the princess's last testimony. The princess? Ah, that mysterious fire. Surely you jest. You just made sure we all knew how meaningless her testimony was. And yet, with this new context in mind, it gains a completely new meaning. An empty bottle of lamp oil found by a burnt-out fire? Ingo used that lamp oil quickly to burn away his stained work clothes. Well, how about it, witnesses? My story explains everything. You killed Talon and then tried to hide it. No, hold on. What drivel are you spouting here? Me? Kill Talon? You already know that it's impossible. Oh boy, here we go. Too busy for murder. Everything you said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. I have an alibi for the time of crime. I have an alibi for the time of crime. I just couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. The fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There's no mystery there. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Ingo. Yeah, I don't believe that 1 minute. Now, I shouldn't have to remind you, defense, but yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete the shipment in time. Adding even more things for him to do in the time is preposterous. That's right. The great Ingo is efficient at his job. It's not... No, it had to be him. I'm sure of it. There must be some trick at play here, some kind of shortcut. And I must find it. Surely my scenario is more plausible at this point than these panicked attempts to fix your story. What's more plausible isn't for decide defense. It's the judge that makes the final call, and as long as the alibi stands, I can't imagine how siding with you. Yes, all the loose ends have tied up before a decision can be made. Witness, please continue. Could you explain what that alibi is again? With pleasure. At the time of the crime, I was busy preparing that day's shipment of milk. That's hard work. I barely had enough time to get them done before the courier came to take them. The shipments were inspected by the Sheikah force as they were leaving the ranch. And our resident detective has told us they were found by fully loaded up with bottles of milk. That's right. The Sheikah force itself has vouched for me. There's no way I could have been the culprit. Oh, I disagree. There has to be a way. There must be. Would it really have taken that long to murder someone and burn some clothes? It would have been taken long enough to definitely make the scheme infeasible. these shipments is a rather involved process. You have to milk the cows, clean the bottles, pour the milk into them, put them in the crates, and load them onto the wagon. I love working with the cows, but that part took the longest because you only get a little at a time. So as Mr. Ringo said, the whole thing really does take a while. Father and I usually have to work together to get it done in time for the courier's arrival. There you go, Defense. Your own client knows this is unshakable truth. Okay, so there's no way he can complete the shipment and also do the killing. In that case, they had to be some way for him to finish the work faster. I just have to find it. So you have enough time for breakfast, enough to kill somebody. Huh? Yeah, of course. The breakfast was cooking while I kept working, then I just quickly gobbled it up. There's no issue there. In fact, yes, I remember he even burnt a bit because I wasn't completely paying attention to it. That's why I had to go get the glass of water too, you see, had to wash it down after. What a convenient little explanation. But for all I know, he actually did cook up a breakfast on the fire of burning blood-soaked clothes. Ew. Continue, witness. We don't want to hear about your culinary adventures. Of course. My point is what I've been telling you this whole time. The only people who could have done this were you and Malin. And I know Malin well enough to know that she couldn't have been the culprit. That leaves you as the perpetrator. Yes, but now we all know how much you value your friends. Let me remind you, though, that feeling don't matter at all here. Either show us assault evidence, or put Ingo's alibi into question, or concede defeat. Is there any way he could have done the work faster? I'm not sure. It would be nice if there was, though. I could sleep in a little bit longer every day. Yeah, you think he would have shared it with you if he knew of one. Just what shortcut did you use, Ingo? I gotta be careful here, because... well, it's a trial. One wrong move and it's game over, yeah. Let me see what he says again. You want to get a life sentence for 5 minutes or less? Nah. To be honest, it wouldn't matter. Well, if you're in court, everything matters. so far. I bet they had drunk people take the stand so everything is being considered. Be like Uncle Rufus from Bondug's guilty as he's guilty. What is it here? Would it be the shipments? Oh, wait. I think I got it. Witness. Wow. What is it now? I overheard an intriguing detail during the last recess. It seems that the address on one of the yesterday's milk shipments was written correctly. You must have been rushing. That's how you did it. Oh. Bah! I haven't heard anything about an issue with the shipment address. But I'll play along. Suppose you're right about it. Writing an address only takes a few seconds. Even if it wasn't reduced to a single swift stroke of the pen, it wouldn't have saved much of time at all. Certainly not enough to both commit a murder and cover it up. It wasn't just the address. Ingo must have rushed the entire shipment. But what method? You say he somehow completed the entire shipment more quickly? Then prove it with evidence. Unfortunately for you, defense, I must agree with the good prosecutor. This alone doesn't prove how enough time may have been saved. Don't you have anything else? Sure, I thought I had it for sure, but it looks like I'll need something stronger to really pin him down. Damn it. I didn't get it. Ah. Damn. Yeah. Ah. At least we know this one. Oh, I think I know what it is. Hang on, I think I know what it is. I think it's the, maybe he was, rushing the paper, the shipment papers. Well, no, I don't think so. Say, I imagine you overslept and had to scramble to get the shipments done by any means necessary. What would you do? By any means necessary. If I overslept, the shipments would just be late. Our high quality is the only thing about distinguishes long range from the others. High quality, huh? Ah, got it. The milk from earlier. Ah, but you though? Did you really complete those shipments properly? Defense, I shouldn't have to remind you that the Sheikah Force checked the boxes thoroughly. They were definitely full of milk bottles. Oh, I'm sure of it. Looked that way. What are you getting at, Defense? Here you go, Your Honor. Huh? Milk? For me? Are you trying to bribe the judge now? I didn't think you'd stoop so low. The crowd will be informed of this. Oh, it's nothing like that. I'm asking that His Honor try tasting the milk. Just one little sip. This is highly irregular. But to be honest, I could use a drink, but all this talking does make one's throat dry, you know. You probably talk the least. You talk the least of these are wonderful. Since the defense insists, I'll go ahead and take a sip. Is this what passes for milk these days? This almost tastes like water. Water? I have to agree. This is definitely not standard milk. And we heard from the princess and the detective, Lon Ranch is renowned for the quality of its product. But there's no way people would say about milk this lousy. Bah, whatever. As if the unwashed masses would know the difference between quality and garbage. Where are you going with this, Defense? It's simple, you see. I received this bottle from Detective Impo still unopened during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipments today, so that must have came from one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday. Ah! It's true that Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed the shipment on his own. Unless he cheated. Ingo watered down the milk to get the shipments done in time. Order. Yes, I suppose that would work. Indeed, all he had to do is milk fewer of the cows. To save enough time without ruining the taste too much, I guess he'd used about 50-50 split of water and milk. This is... no! Talon... Let me stop you right there. I will concede that something odd happened to that shipment, but all you have proven is that Ingo is a slacker. How dare you? Be quiet, you mongrel. Be sure Ingo watered down the milk. That doesn't make him a killer, though, does it? Well, no. But now we know that he definitely... But now we do know that he definitely could have done it. We know he did go to the he did go to the crime scene. And we know that he did have the time and opportunity to kill Talon as well. Yet there is a vital element missing still. Let me put it in simple terms so even an idiot like you can understand. Rebuttal? Oh boy. You lack the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, then he couldn't have been the saw. And why is that? It's simple. If the girl's story about working on the fence is true, then she was using the saw while her father was being murdered. It couldn't have been in two places at the same time. I do... No, the saw was the murder weapon. Truly, well, if that was the case, press some proof. Enlighten us how it could have been in two places at the same time. I really need to think about this. we're in a complete agreement on this point, you do realize the problems that it creates for you, right? I'm sure it can be all that can be explained. As if. But very well, then let's move on to why nothing else could have been murdered weapon either. Where would this supposed other murder weapon have been come from? Couldn't he have used any old thing? I either answer the question in defense or the discussion is over. No need to overthink this. Anywhere Ingo could have gotten the weapon from will do. I'll worry about the exact details later. Have you forgotten the murder happened on the ranch? There are plenty of sharp things on the site. Oh, that's simply impossible. We checked all the sharp objects on the ranch and searched everyone. No fresh blood was found anywhere else. Couldn't Ingo have just... Ingo just wiped it off? Blood leaves traces, but it's not that easy to get rid of. People like us aren't so sensitive, but other beings like the Zoras can easily tell by smell. Naturally, the Sheikah Force employs people for just this task. Also, as Long Range focuses on selling horses and milk, the animal theirs aren't regularly butchered. So there's no good reason why any of the tools would have fresh blood on them. And then such a move would stood out like a sore thumb. Well, I guess that is a good point, but I might have to rethink this. Couldn't Ingo have just hidden it? Bah! The Kingdom's best investigator on this case. We found the signs of anything buried on the premises. And even if Ingo skipped part of the work, he still wouldn't have had the time to hide anything very far from the branch. He may be an idiot, but do you think he would have risked the weapon being found? Now listen here. Silence! Bah! Oh, I pressed the wrong one. Ingo have just disposed of it in some way? Ha, that's impossible, you see. You checked all the sharp... Okay. No items from the ranch inventory list were missing, and that list is indisputable. How can you be so sure the inventory is accurate? Bah, use your head. There was a royal visitation scheduled for that day. The ranch owner needed everything to be in order. He would have doubled, even triple checked that list when he wrote it. I suppose he would, but... The inventory list itself is false. Oh, fascinating. What exactly makes you question the veracity of this document? That would be... It's simple. You only need a brief look at the inventory and see it can't be trusted. Oh ho? You can't just go around making such general statements, defense. Pointing out what exactly about the inventory makes is a suspect. This part looks off. The only thing that's off here is your brain. There's nothing suspicious there. I have to concur. All seems valid to me. Ah. Okay. Oh, do I gotta do this all over? take a look at the list again. Okay. So we have 4 pieces of rakes, 4 pieces of the garden hose, buckets, hammers, knives, a wooden saw, saddles, horseshoes, axes, brooms, cow noose rings, towing harness, horse carts, wheelbarrows, water hoses, drag harrows, post ponders, trowels, flails, shovels, and scythes. It has nothing to do with the amount of items. So yeah, I understand that. So do I point at the saw? It's not the date, I tried that. So he's arguing that the list is factual, but some part of this brings into question if you can trust it. So it would be the wood saw, right? Or is it? Nope, it didn't work. It's not an item. Oh, it's Ingo, isn't it? Yeah, I think I know what it is. It's Ingo, isn't it? Yeah, you can trust the list if he wrote it. Just look here, the one who compiled the list was Ingo himself. He could have easily falsified the count as part of his plan. Thank you for telling me without actually spoiling it, Existence. You gave me a slight hint. That doesn't matter. No items from the ranch. Okay. Nothing could have left the ranch. Wouldn't the Bingo have been able to just throw the item over the fence? Bah, obviously we searched the perimeter of the ranch as well. Nothing was found anywhere. This is the most important point. Has nothing really been able to leave? Again. Both murder weapon found in Mallory's hand, clean of blood. to be the shipment, isn't it? Yeah, it had to be because they got returns. So he probably, what he did is... It has to be one or the other, right? If am I hot on this? It had to do something with the shipment. You're hot on this. I could try the shipment that returns. With the piece of evidence, I've won this argument. Oh, god damn it. It was the other one. Damn! Dang it. It was the other one.
Dang it.
Well. I gotta do all that over again. Oh, dang it. I forgot about this part. I was ahead of myself. Are you really sure nothing left the ranch? What about a few little shipments of milk? Preposterous! Have you forgotten that such shipments have been checked by the Sheikah force before they were allowed to leave? That's true, but there was a place that the Sheikah could have overlooked. What in Din's name are you babbling about? We're talking about box standard crates here, boy. Not exactly vast dungeons full of hooks and crannies to stuff things into, are they? Where could they have missed a murder? Where could they have missed a murder weapon? It's simple. They overlooked... It's the crates themselves. The killer used a big chunk of wood to kill the victim and then nailed it to the crate to conceal it. No, the weapon was definitely metal, so no stray bit of lumber could have created a wound like that. Plus, if the weapon was wooden, we would have just burned it together with his clothes, so I'm sure we would never find it. Oh, yeah. said not that. Oh, come on, man. There is one place inside the crates that the Sheikah couldn't have checked thoroughly without ruining the shipments. Without ruining the shipments? That's right. Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search. That does seem plausible. Now wait just a moment. A weapon in a milk bottle wouldn't just go unnoticed, someone would have reported it. How could you be so sure? Do you even know how much milk our average milk bar uses each day? All those shipments have certainly been completely used up by now. Someone drinking from that bottle would have found it for sure, choked on it even if they took a larger swig. It would have been a huge scandal. Well, he's right about that, but he's missing some vital information. It was probably one of the returned, maybe? Aha! You would be correct that a weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would have caused quite a stir. If the milk ever actually made it in any milk bar, that is. You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the recess. Word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipments was returned unopened due to being misaddressed. No! Indeed, if you recall, Ingo was the one who handled all that. Now that's strange, the ranch supplies the same milk bars every day. Even if he had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known where the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he didn't want anyone receiving a bottle of milk with a murder weapon in it. I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in shipping limbo a while longer. How unfortunate for him that the postal service was on its game today. Maybe because they were worried it'd start to smell. I believe this calls for us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Soldiers, have these boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately. Nice. This is slander! Why would I kill Talon? Sure, he's a bit of a layabout, but he did give me a job. Why would I want him dead? Objection! What's up, B-Man? How you doing, dude? The motive? That's simple. Why I'm surprised you're even asking about it. The evidence easily explains your motive. The very inheritance document you brought to the court's attention stated the following. In case of the testator's death, his daughter Malin of Lon Ranch will inherit the ranch, unless she is unable to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees. I saw this ROM hack and I thought about playing it. It's actually pretty good. I'm actually really intrigued into this. What? You're not only killed Talon, but decided to frame Malon for the crime as well, so you wouldn't be the one to inherit part of the ranch. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day. It gave you an alibi so that Malon would be the only possible culprit. Of course you knew about the royal visitation in advance. You knew Malon would go back to the ranch house to prepare before they arrived. A perfect setup for the royals to find her next to the body. No, no, no! What are you talking about? Talon's signing the ranch over to me. Preposterous. Did he really not know? I guess it was Dragmeyer who procured the actual document, not him. Your Honor. What is it, soldier? The box you requested is here. Already? That was quite fast. Apparently the team at the ranch had already noticed something awry with it on their own. The box arrived just as we were about to rush out the courier to deliver our message. Well, 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 let's see for ourselves then, shall we? The part of the shipment that... Oh. Here it is, from the bottle with a slight red tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely. How could those Sheikah idiots have missed this? I'm sure the milk was pure white when they first checked it. It took a whole day for the blood to dissolve in it. Either way, no matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right. Grr. Oh, I've had it. Fine, fine. You want to know why? You want to know why I really killed that scumbag? No, what are you? So you admit it? Yes, I admit it. What would you do if one day, after years of back-breaking labor, despite putting your all into the ranch, you were thrown away like rubbish, without any reason, fired, farewell? We don't need you anymore. What? But that doesn't make any sense. Oh, don't lie. I've heard it all. I was just returning back from another day of spine-wrenching work, and lo and behold, what's this? Malon and Talon are talking behind my back. I heard it all. We'll let them go after the visitation. We can handle things without them. And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy and shanked the good-for-nothing slacker. Ah, you should have seen his face. He didn't expect it at all. So yes, Malon, I killed that lazy bum you called a father. And he deserved it. Gosh. Of course Ingo would be so jealous of man. You know, that guy was sleazy even in Ocarina of Time, too. Order, the witness will cease his boasting over such a terrible deed. Man, Ingo's fucking ruthless, bro. I agree. Order, witness will cease his boasting over such a terrible deed. I think we heard enough. Soldiers, take him away. Wait just a moment. Ingo. Yes, girl. What? Want to apologize for what you've done? Apologize? Me? You're horrible. We weren't planning to fire you at all. You completely misunderstood what we were saying. What? We've had so much work recently. Well, you know how it goes with the royal visits. Always a busy time. Gotta make sure everything's in tip-top shape. I do worry about an old Ingo, though. He's been complaining about his back recently. Do wish you'd take a step back and relax sometime. Maybe we should convince him to take a vacation. Waha! Now there's an idea. I'll do him good and just I'll discuss it with him after the visitation. After things calm down, we can handle everything without him. That's you were planning what? A vacation for me? And I did no. No, it can't be so. Please say it isn't so. What the Oh my god. Bro. Yo, that's hilarious. Truly an Ace Attorney breakdown. We have witnessed today the results of a truly horrifying misunderstanding. But misunderstanding or not, what you have done is unforgivable. Talon was a common man beloved by all who had a good fortune to cross his path. His loss will be felt not only at his ranch, but all across Hyrule. The killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with the delusions of grandeur. I mean, look at him. Another idiot dressed like a clown. Jeez, he's really laying into him. I bet he's just upset because he lost. This really let a chicken go rabbit in court? The prosecution's ran outside. I think it's time to declare today's verdict. It's just a formality, but will the defendant please step up to the stands? Young miss, I'm very sorry for the situation you found yourself in. I'm very glad you appeared to have such a good attorney as a friend. I wouldn't have chosen anyone else. Ah, thanks. Huh. Now then, without further ado, in the name of Goddess Hylia in the sacred land of Hyrule, I hereby find Malon of Lon Lon Ranch not guilty. Court is adjourned. March 17, 12:32 p.m. Hyrule Grand Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Damn. Dark Souls writing. We did it. I suppose so. I guess Ingo's outburst kind of soured the mood, huh? I don't think I can ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. That's fair enough, honestly. Really, though, you shouldn't think about that for now. You're free, it's time to celebrate. I guess you're right. Excellent work. I knew you'd pull through. Oh, thanks. I could have done it without you, really. So, thank you. Now, that's not quite right. If you want to thank someone, I'm not the one who deserves it the most. Huh? Your Highness? I thought you were going back to the Hyrule Castle. What strings did Input have to pull to get her here? I was, but I realized I should apologize for what I did personally. It is an honor. Ah, there is? No need to bow. Now, after what I have done, really, if it's not for my status, I would have probably been carted off to prison alongside that little angry little man. Perjury's pretty serious. That's probably not entirely wrong. As of usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, Detective? I almost condemned an innocent person to prison. And there are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. What's up, Kip? What's up, Killer? Did Joey just finish the first case? Oh, there are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. Yeah, I did. I finished the first one. I think thanks to that, the young lady over there finally went free. Huh? Attorney, come on, attorney. Show Her Highness what I'm talking about. Well, Impa just shot me the most unimpressed face. Never mind about that. In any case, I'm sure Miss Malin isn't too upset. Well, sure. 10. We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately. Ah, just in time. Farewell, Your Highness. And so they left. Now then, listen to me. I know that I'm perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The princess will need all confidence that she gets to lead the kingdom through them. She needs to learn to take responsibility for her actions too, though. And she will. Huh? Her Highness is in a rather unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. The urgency which she has just been escorted out of here isn't confidential. What is the king going to... Is the king going to scold her? At the very least. Now then. My duties call, unfortunately, so I must be off. Again, you did well today, both of you. I trust that I will be able to rely on you in the future court proceeding as well. I'll try my best. That's all I ask. That unpleasant persecutor seems to be making his way over here, so I'll be excusing myself. Post-haste farewell. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Why does he look like that? Uh-oh. Bro, I want Link as my lawyer, bro. You. Hello. Nice day you're having, isn't it? Tell me, now, where did that blasted detective go? To have my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies? Domestic much. He looks about ready to burst from anger. Don't be such a sore loser. Frog-faced Ganondorf is cursed. I know, right? I don't think you ever see him like that, do you? I don't think. You lost, deal with it. Yeah. We got the right verdict. Doesn't make you even a little bit glad? Yes, I suppose that there's some worth in that. What transpired the most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolences. Just remember that it was the meddling of that idiotic princess and the stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. So if you have any grievances, take it up with them. I suppose there is some truth to what he's saying. Speaking of the detective, it appears that she has fled from me like a cuckoo on fire. Mark my words, she will regret what she has done for generations. Oh, bro. Well, that sure was something. I don't know if he was being sincere or just wanted to shift blame onto someone else. I wouldn't say he's entirely blameless. Never mind that. Do you think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? Of course, I'll come visit, but I have my attorney duties too. I'll get in touch with the castle, see if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. Silly as my father may have seemed, but he really did prepare me to take over one day, and he's taught me well. I'll make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have. That's the spirit. I believe in you. I really wanted to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Don't mention it. I've just got everything worked out in the end. And so ended a very personal case for me. It felt like a weight that has been lifted off my back. Malin continued working on the ranch and hoping to make it prosper even beyond what her father was able to accomplish. I didn't really think about it, but these days following were some happiest I've lived for a long time. Little did I know that a terrible tragedy would soon shock the entire kingdom, and I find myself smack dab in the middle of it. But that's a legend for another day. So I guess Link is Phoenix Wright and Ganondorf was Mile Edgeworth? Yeah. Pretty much. So good. Oh, I agree, man. This was a very good mod. Very worth playing. I would say if it wasn't for you, Existence, I would not have known about this mod. Incredibly faithful to Ace Attorney. So, like I said, Existence is known for the hacks and stuff that I look into, like I did Sands of Time and all that stuff. So, he's the guy you want to look into, guys. Existence. I'm gonna give this a shot to stream one day. You know what? I will do this for you, Existence. Give me a second. Oh, I got you somewhere around here. Where are you? There you are. There you go, guys. That's Existence's channel. So if you want to see some ROM hacks and stuff, he's your go-to guy. So make sure you go check him out. I learned about this hack from King Nem, or the Indigo Hack Creator. Ah, no problem, dude. You are most welcome. I dropped the sub for you, bruh. Yeah, like I said, if it wasn't for him, I would not have done Sands of Time. Thank you for playing. Them standing next to Talon's grave. That it? Is there Existence? Do you know if there's anything else that needs? Oh, there we go. Press start. Scene select is now unlocked. Extra one is now unlocked. Check it out. Scene select. Okay. I'm waiting for the Indigo hack. If it all goes well, it'll release sometime this year. What do we got going on here? Super Talon game? What is this? What is this? I'm playing Mario now! Your own... Oh no! Oh! I'm playing Mario, folks! Oh my god, are you for real? Course clear. Wow, I really needed one of those. Thanks. In return, I'll tell you about a secret I've heard, supposedly. It's law, insane save. Bro, this is amazing. Holy shit, you're God, what the fuck? Did it on the first try, it took me like 5. There's a game with a giant egg which you could become a criminal. And a pair of games with a climate change and time travel. They say the extras can be unlocked by connecting them on the title screen using a certain accessory. Now, I don't know what that means, but I'm sure you can figure it out. It took me 5 times. Well, Joey does enjoy platformers. I do. So what he said is hinting unlocking extra 2 and 3. What did he say? Let me see. You need a transfer pack and a ROM save for Link's Awakening and Oracle of Ages and Seasons. How do I do that? For Link's Awakening, you need to steal from the shopkeeper and then let him kill you. Okay. How do I do that? I'm playing on RetroArch. However, the devs added a newer way to unlock the extras without having to do all this. So how do I do it? You need to be on version 1. Oh, that explains it. I don't have that version. Okay. It came out yesterday? Oh, okay. Well, that explains it then. Well, I don't think there's anything else I can do then. With that, you can do a code in the scene, select, and unlock everything. How do I do that? You gotta transfer your save to a 1.03 ROM. Well, that's problematic. Let me see something. Maybe I can, because when I watched you, I went down to your description. I patched the. Oh. The Retro does not have any transfer pack support, so that's the only way you can do it. Oh, okay. Well, that's alright though. I could probably watch the rest of your video to see what's up. So it's okay. I did the main story, that's what matters. But anyway, I hope everyone enjoyed the video, the stream after you watch it. Thank you, Existence, for showing me this game, by the way, so I appreciate you. And everyone else in the chat, hope you guys enjoyed this. The extra trial is awesome, definitely check it out. Yeah, I'll watch the rest of your video, but alright guys, make sure you guys smack the like button, support the channel. This was a fantastic mod. They need to do more on this. Like more cases, you know what I mean? That'd be cool. But alright guys, I'll see you guys all later. Have an awesome night.
Controller in my hand, screen lights the room. Stacked with randomizers, chaos fumes. Nintendo, Sega, PC, I take the call. Dark Joey on the mic, but I love you all. Beating randomizers, breaking every chain. No game too tough, I embrace the pain. Hype in my heart, love in my veins. Dark Joey here, bringing fire.